wants to recap last session for inspiration.
Don't remember where exactly we started. It's the thing. I remember we ended up speaking to the Baron once again as we confronted him over having found Irina locked up in Isaac, I think.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. I holy shit, I got a name right. Holy shit. We were given the location of Isaac, and went and confronted him. Um, Basically beat him unconscious in the middle of the city square. Dragged him back to the Duke's place, and essentially convinced the Duke to turn him over to us. Took him out into the woods, interrogated him a little bit more. He made a comment about the Watcher Woman, a name we had heard, um, as we were frog marching him back to the Baron's place, and Isaac gave us a little bit of a rundown on who she is, or potentially what, like some sort of, I don't know. There was some superstition behind it. No one's ever like seen her, as I recall. It's almost like the Valaki version of, I want to say the boogeyman, but that's, we're in a place where that is an actual thing. Um,
She
in the
has been seen
form
about
of,
town. She just doesn't go to the Baron's wife's luncheons.
oh, okay,
Yeah. She
Yeah,
is known in town.
the
got
one
it.
thing I will state, just because it took me a while to figure this out, and B, I'm still not sure I've got it correct. So this is me checking in with everyone. Like, her name is actually Watcher. Like, she's the heiress to the Watcher estate.
Yeah, Isaac just called her the Watcher Woman. She's
Right.
Lady Watcher, as you heard
r-
in the streets.
Right.
Got it. Okay, that is the puzzle piece that I was missing, I guess.
Yeah, like
Um,
I was super confused. Like I thought, oh, like that's like people speaking about this mysterious person who just watches from afar, and then it was, oh no, wait, like there's an actual Watcher estate. That's the family name.
Gotcha. Got it.
I'm
Got it.
glad
Got
that
it.
this is like developing as rumors should develop. I'm actually kind of happy about that.
Um, After that, we um, put an end to Isaac. Came back to town, and I think then spent a little bit of time attending one of the festivals that the Baron had put together. We picked up Arena, we picked up Vasha and Christopher, and nobody was excited about that. I think that is about where we left off. I do not recall exactly.
Well, I can pick up from there a little bit. I think
Uh-huh.
we the festival sucked. Like it
Yeah.
was cloudy and rainy the whole time. Um, Arium actually kept the wicker, or not wicker, the wood ball that was supposed to be engulfed in flames. The only reason it lit at all is
Oh, right.
because of Arium, right? Um, it was
GG
just,
Magic Initiate feat.
yeah, hell yeah. Um, it was it was so bad. Um, we then we took the kids back. Um, Zazarak went to go find Blinksy, which he
Oh
did,
my god.
and
Yes.
is not well. wasn't at all happy about it. Blinksy honestly seemed like a just delightful, hardworking individual. Um, his dolls were all creepy as fuck. Right? He had another doll in not just in Irina's likeness, but like wearing what she's wearing today. Right? That he was going to deliver to Isaac, that Zazarek brought back and let the kids destroy, and they had some fun. I'm also just now making connection, which makes me super unhappy, and that is uh, uh, Gadolf Blinksy, I think it is. Also had a partner, his monkey Piccolo, and now I'm realizing that like 4 days later, Oz bought a monkey and named it Mrs. Pickles, and like off screen somewhere, Oz is slitting that monkey's throat. Because like
Jesus Christ.
right, like if it's at all related to this fucking Piccolo Blinksy situation, like I don't want anything to do with it.
I thought you did it on purpose.
Nope, like didn't realize it until literally just looking over my notes. It was like motherfucker. Like I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb and easily suggestible. Like, god damn it.
I even made the comment on Monday, like, you said, I'm going to a tailor. I said, you're getting the monkey a tutu?
No, went right over my head. Right over my head, because I'm a dum-dum. So, yeah, there was that. There was also, I don't have very good details about it, but there was a conversation. Actually, I think this was information that we got from Isaac about there are some werewolves north of the lake.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They're the ones that took, according to Isaac, took
Mhm.
Irina when she was a child and
Right,
murdered Isaac's other family and took his arm.
right. Which also, apparently, the new arm just suddenly appeared. Like,
Yeah,
he
that's
claimed not to have
normal.
made any specific deal about it. And just like, yeah, it just grew like this. I'm sure it's fine.
Like they do.
Yeah. McCormick knows.
Yeah. So, the three of you are still out in the rain in Valaki with the pittering remains of the Festival of the Rising Sun still lingering in the streets. Most people are making an effort to either get drunk or get home. You know that there is the dinner you've been invited to this evening at the Baron's estate. Blinksy says he'll be there to give out toys to the nobility, or to the noble houses, I should say. Um, and it is up to you to figure out how you want to spend your day. If you kind of want to just hang around at a set location and lightly socialize, we can just fast forward to the evening. Or else, if there's any direction or leads you want to follow in the meantime. Any questions about Lady Watcher, potentially the werewolves near Lake Zarovich? Well, it's actually Lake Bartok, but north on the path to Lake Zarovich.
Okay.
Let's see, what other leads might you have? I think those are your two immediate ones, or at least the ones that are closest to you.
Part of me really wants to go try to find those werewolves, but that just seems like it's going to go poorly in the end. Not like we can show up and be like, "Hey, I'm your cousin from out of town."
I mean, we can, but that's definitely going to go badly.
That's basically what we did with the elves. So
Yeah.
That's a little different.
That also worked with them. They're cool.
Your elves, their elves. That's a thing. Not really a werewolf per se.
Well,
Yeah, I think you'd have a harder time negotiating that one.
say, Ariam, Zeldrin, either y'all have an interest in going up to this Watcher estate and seeing if maybe we can't get another side to the story of what's going on here in Valaki?
I think that would be interesting. It would certainly be. If the conflict between the Watchers and the Baron is as protracted as Isaac has suggested, it might do us well to get that from one of the sources, and we can discuss it with the Baron certainly this evening. Perhaps. I think you've the right of it.
Yes, I mean, the Burgermeister might have the best of intentions, but something is definitely off. And the more information and from the more varied sources we can get it, I think the more likely it is that we will find the truth. Zeldrin, would you like to join us?
sounds like a plan.
So where are you
Well,
headed?
I think Zezarak is just gonna wander in closer, just wander towards the center of town, and anyone he sees hustling along, he's just going to try and use his charm to, ask. So, Watcher State, we thought we'd pay a visit. Could you point us in the right direction?
If I may,
Hmm.
Zezarek, perhaps we might consider speaking to the father at St. Andrews. I feel like if anyone is going to have a handle on this feud, that we would be able to speak to at least. Speaking to someone who is
Oh, that's an excellent
what
idea.
better disinclined to us.
Yeah, that's an excellent idea. Father Lucian was rather receptive to us to begin with, and only more so after the assistance that we have provided. Uh, so, yeah, let's ask Father Lucian for directions.
Plus, I can't remember if we dropped the kids off, so this way we can drop the kids off.
You definitely did. I believe Father Lucian is still out at the festival. You can certainly find him. You're not too far away from the city center. Um, you have done a lot of back and forth across town today, but you have the luck to find the Minister of St. Andrew's walking the streets. He smiles to you when you approach, saying, "It was noble of you to try to keep the flame ignited despite the weather."
Um, I'm curious, was that weather unique to this particular festival, or does that seem to be a reoccurring state of affairs?
I would not say that is supernatural in its appearance, although it might appear so. Uh, not enough times to be considered a pattern.
Understood. But yes, it certainly did seem that today there were greater powers that were interested in this festival not going off as planned.
It is unfortunate that the Morning Lord did not see fit to protect us in this time, but perhaps some honor given to him in some other means may turn our favor around.
So, sounds like a wise idea. I'm curious, Father Lucian. We've heard tell of an individual named referred to as the Lady Watcher, and informed that she does not attend these festivals. We thought we might pay her a visit. Do you know where the Watcher estate is?
I do. His brow furrows. He says, Fiona Watcher is a fierce woman. I'll type her name in chat. Fiona Watcher. She is the heir to her husband's line. The Watcher family has been a member of the mountain tribes that became Valaki since before unification. They are quite influential, and they do not like my brother-in-law. She has 2 sons and the daughter who remain living. Her husband Nikolai passed away some 3 years ago.
And do you know the source of the, shall we say, friction between your brother-in-law and the Lady Watcher?
Others of the village have said she finds his means of protection of the city, or at least of its spiritual health, to be disserviceable, insulting. She finds these festivals pathetic, I think, in a word. He kind of turns around and briefly looks around the city circle. I do not even think that her sons have found themselves here.
See, it was suggested by the Baron's man Isaac that that the Lady Watcher has been making some plans against your brother-in-law, things which, uh, by his mere presence, Isaac has been able to stave off. Have you heard such rumors?
Could you repeat that rumor to me?
I believe that Isaac had said something about without him, there would be no one to keep the Lady Watcher away from the Baron. He said that,
Gotcha.
I think, while he was being. He said it when the Baron gave us permission to take him, basically.
Yeah.
I just was asking if he had heard, if the father had heard any rumors about what, or about any sort of move like that.
Mhm. I have not. I know that she's influential, but she does not host the city guard, as the Baron does. So, if Isaac is not to be found, I do fear that Vargas has more to fear than he would like to think. He would deny.
How so?
It is no secret that Isaac, maybe not the strongest hunter or most powerful social figure, but whatever was afflicting that man had its own aura of fear. It was respected, to put it kindly.
In the absence of Isaac, if not the Lady Watcher, then from whom would the Baron be at most risk?
Besides Fiona Watcher, I would think simply Lord Von Zarvich. Kinda chuckles. There are not creatures that pass these walls that the Baron would have need to fear. Nor many of us. So long as we stay within the walls, it is safe. So far. You did speak of Valenta Petrovsky coming into the city, which is alarming, but I do not. She may not enter a building she is not invited into.
So she. Where would one normally find her then?
Ordinarily, I think anyone who is to find her would have the misfortune of finding her on the road.
I see.
But besides that, Castle Ravenloft, I would assume. It is where many of Master Zarovich's closest circle finds themselves from time to time.
Ah, okay, I see. I apologize. I misunderstood. I thought you were. I thought she was laired somewhere nearby or something, but that does not seem to be
No,
the case.
it would appear that there has been some effort made to take her here, or put her here, travel, that has taken her far away from the castle. Whatever that might mean.
Seldrin, Cesarek, I think anything I would ask has been.
No, I do appreciate your time, Father Lucian. I also don't have any other questions, but I do appreciate your candidness with regard to issues concerning relations between Fiona Watch and your brother-in-law. Well, we will hope to get her view directly, and maybe if things go well, perhaps even smooth over some of those differences.
I wish you the best of luck. The Hood House is, and then he provides you directions that lead you to a northern side of town. You head over there? Oh,
We are. I believe we are. I'm just curious. How far out of the way is Blinksy's place?
so I believe, on the map, you guys are currently around here.
Hmm.
Blinksy's is here,
Hmm.
and you are pointed this way, up this road.
Okay. Yeah. I don't have any business there. If it was on the way, I would make a point of pointing it out to Ariam and Zeldrin. But instead, when we make the right, I will just point to the left and be like, the weird ass doll makers down there.
You head up the northern road towards the road that takes you out of town. But before you come too close to the gate, you see a house that seems almost disgusted with itself. A slouching roof hangs heavy over furrowed gables, and moss-covered walls sag and bulge under the weight of the vegetation. As you study the house's sullen countenance, you hear the edifice actually groan. Only then do you realize the extent to which the house hates what it has become. You see no one within the garden. The windows inside are curtained, and you hear nothing from within.
Hmm. I thought this was a good idea when we came up with it, but now, standing here, I do not know that I am in the mood to fight another house.
Certainly for someone who is, at least in Isaac's view, regarded as the largest threat to the Baron, this seems underwhelming, unexpected, certainly unpleasant.
Hmm.
Something that the father said about her needing to be invited in. I mean, she's vampiric. It could be a fight that we're walking into.
I believe that was the Lady Petrovska, the vampire we fought at the Coffin Makers with the mask.
Hmm.
Or are you suggesting the Lady Watcher, maybe?
Was he referring? I thought he was referring to the Lady Watcher. I thought that was what we were talking
Uh,
about. I
when
must have been
when
mistaken.
Yeah, when he was asked what threats stand against the Baron besides Lady Watcher,
Oh, okay.
he recalled the vampire you spoke to him about recently.
Uh, okay.
Well, regardless, if I see a broom coming at me, I will not hold back. I will approach the front door or the front gate.
The gate swings loudly open,
Mm-hmm.
um, and the the front door under its pavilion is mostly, or under its awning is mostly dry. Knocking, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Knocking calls the a servant in black and white attire to the door. She peers out at you with a chain clearly locking the door into
Mhm.
place. She peers at you with one eye through the crack. Who is it?
Well, my name is Zazarak Sunstrata, and I'm here with my brother Zeldrin and my dear friend Ariam. We are guests in this fair city. We have made the acquaintance of the Burgermeister and had been enlisted to help him with some endeavors. And in so doing, your name came up, and we thought it best that we introduce ourselves to you and perhaps um, get a little history of the city if you, uh, Lady Watcher, if Fiona is so inclined. Get a little history of the city from someone other than the Baron, just for sake of balance.
You were asked to speak with me, and I want to be clear that you understand you're talking to a servant.
No, we would like to introduce ourselves to Fiona if she is around.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. The lady is within the house. You say you are sent by the Baron?
Oh, not sent by the Baron. We are guests in this town. As such, we introduced ourselves to the Baron as the authority figure currently in charge, but due in part to that relationship, the Lady Watcher's name came up, and we thought it best to introduce ourselves to her as well.
You can see her doing some mental calculation before she puts up one finger in just one moment, closes the door, you hear the latch snap, and then the door swings open wide, and she steps aside to allow you entrance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll walk in.
Assuming you all follow.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. The front door opens into a very narrow vestibule with 3 stained glass doors in wooden frames, one in front of you and then 2 to either side. Let's see. The maid offers to take your cloaks since you've been out in the rain.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Very kind.
Very kind.
And then she hangs them in one of the closets behind one of the stained glass doors. She says, "Wait right here, if you do not mind." And then leaves through the door right ahead of you. As she opens that door, you see that it leads to a staircase with 2 other doors at the foot of that staircase. Staircase goes up, 2 doors on either side. She heads upstairs. In the minutes that she is going to be gone, is there anything anyone wants to say, or do you want to sneak off?
Burn this motherfucker down. No, Zazarek's just gonna be hanging out, waiting.
Okay.
As much as I would love to send McCormick to tail her, that would be difficult. McCormick does not fly, and you said stairs.
Okay. Let me just verify which room she's in. Okay. A minute or so passes. You hear footsteps coming down the stairs and a door open and shut. And then through the stained glass door in front of you, the maid reappears and says, "If you would follow me this way," and takes you through the left passage, left door into a parlor. With 3 elegant couches surrounded three elegant couches surrounding an oval table made of black glass. All are set in front of a blazing hearth, above which hangs the portrait of a smirking nobleman, sporting a broken nose and a tangle of hair graying at the temples. Several smaller portraits hang on the north wall as well. This little parlor is also adjoined to a dining room with an ornate table stretching the length of it, with a crystal chandelier hanging imperilously overhead. Um, you can even see that the table is set, but the silverware is tarnished, dishes are chipped, but still old and beautiful. Um, the chairs of this dining hall are adorned with sculpted elk horns and arched windows made of latticework. Made of a latticework iron and glass, look out on the small fog-swept estate, and you can see that it kind of opens up to a garden that you didn't quite see from the street side. Sitting on one of the couches in the parlor is a woman in thick quilted clothing that is stitched and tailored to her exact measurements and is fitted incredibly well. Um, uh, thick, tight sleeves and um, stitched shoulder work. Her collar is high. Her gray hair is tied back perfectly and then braided and plaited into a bun. She herself has a very thin brow that has a permanent crease of consternation and frustration, and sharp cheekbones and very thin, narrow chin. Um, she does not look like anyone you have really seen in Valaki, as far as like family resemblances might tread. She does not rise when you enter, and Zazarak, you introduced everyone to the maid. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Uh, the maid then bows slightly, introduces the three of you by name, and then backs to stand by the door, and you are sort of gestured to make yourself comfortable.
I will bow when introduced and then take a seat when
Mhm.
invited to.
Yeah, that
Good,
sounds like a plan.
good afternoon, gentlemen. You will pardon me if I do not rise. My name is Lady Fiona Watcher. I understand you know who I am. Is that correct?
Well, we only know you by reputation. You see, we are new to this fair city, and we introduced ourselves to the Burgermeister and found ourselves offering up some assistance. In the course of that assistance, we rubbed one of his underlings the wrong way. And, well, not to put too fine a point on it, but we convinced the Burgermeister to see things our way. And in so doing, people began to mention your name. So we thought we should come by and introduce ourselves.
I understand that you were asked to relieve the town of Isaac Strasny. Is that not correct?
Well, that is correct, and you are very well informed. That is, in fact, the um, individual to whom I was referring when I said we found conflict with some of the Baron's other help. But yes, we were tasked by the Baron with removing Isaac from this particular equation, and well, I feel confident in saying that he has been removed. I was led to believe that that might suit you rather well.
As it happens, it is a fortune to me to know that the Strasny boy is no longer wandering these streets.
Well, in that case, we are happy to have brought you this little bit of good news. Would you mind if I ask why you are happy that he is no longer wandering the streets?
He was a violent lapdog. He put the hounds of the burgomaster himself to shame.
Well, it seems we came to the same conclusions about that particular individual. I am happy that that is the case. But we also understand that you're not particularly fond of the Baron. Is that true?
I do not make my disdain for that man, his policies and his behaviors, any sort of secret in Vallaki.
Well, I mean, I have not been here very long, so I don't know that I can comment on its efficacy, but one thing does seem clear. He seems to care about this city. Is that not correct?
I believe that he cares more for his personal reputation as its protector than he does to actually protect the city. I also think he does a disservice to the forests that we live amongst to so bar us from the world that we are living in.
You are unconcerned with the dangers that we have been warned of in the forest?
I would not say unconcerned, but respect and fear are not the bedfellows that many presume them to be. What is it that you come to seek from me? Is it advice? Information? Or have you seen enough of the Baron and his foolishness and wish to speak of solutions?
Well, I am always interested in solutions. I am and have been struck by the Baron's interest in what he believes is best for Vallaki, but I must admit that some of his choices strike me as odd. So when I
Impotent.
heard, oh, well, uh, that is a judgment which I feel too new to the equation to make, but I will certainly defer to your knowledge on the subject. And so when we heard that there was another individual who was clearly at least as concerned with the protection and well-being of Vallaki and its people, but had a vastly different idea of how to go about that, we felt it would be important to check in and see what it is your differences were and what your plans would be were you in charge.
She breaks her fierce eye contact and looks to the portrait on the wall and says, "My dear departed husband Nikolai long upheld that the Waterhouse had more claim to the burgomaster title than the Baron and his ilk. He believed that it was not simply walls that would protect Wallaki, but treaties, promises, pacts, sociable encounter. There are powerful things in these forests, and to deny their power, to smile in spite of it, is foolishness. Foolishness only the core clan of Valakovich has maintained. It was not always that I felt such disdain, distaste towards the bloodline. But Vargas Valakovich has been an insult to the noble houses of Valaki. I would not have the city fall due to his impudent, ridiculous notion that cheerfulness alone will keep darkness at bay.
Well, I mean, it is undeniable that it has not been successful thus far. Just very recently, we rooted out a group of vampires that had infiltrated the town.
You do not say.
Indeed. The dear coffin maker was uh, put upon by some fierce individuals.
Does he live?
He does.
She becomes quite pensive. You three, guests within Valaki. You do not agree then with Baron Valakovich's manner of protection.
I must admit I was more than a little put out to find that even children were being placed in the stocks for violating the call to a festival.
Yes, and the festival just seems weird. There's no real joy or enthusiasm when attendees are there at the end of a pack. Now, if I understand correctly, your husband, when he was alive, and you now believe that alliances with these powerful entities in the woods is what would truly keep Velaki safe. Is that correct?
In a manner of speaking.
And do you believe that the Baron is disinterested in teaming up with these other parties because of ego and his desire to be seen as the sole protector of Valaki?
I know this.
Do you mind if I ask how?
The years of watching my husband petition Vargas for any inch of sense have left me with no desire to cross the threshold of that noble house.
Oh, I do apologize. It was not merely a philosophical disagreement. But your husband endeavored to bring these alliances about, and the Baron rejected him at every turn. Am I understanding this correctly?
She nods.
Well, then, what do you suppose should be done now?
It has been the privilege of myself and some others that have found their way into Waterhouse to begin our own petitions, not with the Baron, but with the forces of the forest. There has been success in finding these measures, these protections, in exchange for courtesy. We have been allowed safety and security. And she stands with a fear, with a ferocity. Standing so quickly, you almost see her shake, but her hand immediately catches on a cane that has been resting against the armrest. She holds herself up.
Yeah,
And,
when she stands, I will also stand.
all right. And she, behind the table, on the other side of the glass table,
Mm.
traces a circle in the very thin layer of dust in that area. The wood so dark that the wood of the floor so dark that you can see just these small white specks. And this little circle does not light, does not change, but from the center of it begins to pile in neat stacks silver and gold pieces, clinking one after another, and setting and situating themselves in a very orderly manner. She looks at you and says, "It would be the expectation that the discussions within these walls remain private." She very carefully stoops with some stiffness to collect the coins and extend them to you. You see now that they are not only silver coins, but they are uh, platinum.
Well, that is very generous offer, but if you would like these conversations to remain private, all you must do is request that they remain private. I'm curious, would you mind sharing with us who these entities and allies are in the woods? Are there any that perhaps uh, we could extend an olive branch to on your behalf?
She shakes her head with a bit of a wry smile and says, "Within the town of Valaki, it is I who speaks for the forces without."
I'm just curious, some of these forces wouldn't happen to be three sisters, would they?
Certainly not.
Oh, very well. We had a bit of a run in with them on our way into town. We had to rescue two young children. So I'll just. You can understand why I would ask such a question. But if you want these allies to remain private in your business, but I will certainly respect that. So, just to be clear, you would like none of the information about your discussions about allies and alliances and potential treaties um, to be discussed with the Baron or anyone in any authority in this city. Is that correct?
That is correct. She once again extends the hand of coin.
You said it's gold and platinum.
Hmm.
God, Adam wants it so bad. Well, I must admit, under normal circumstances, I would not entertain taking this money at all. But I do both find myself light in the purse and the markup in the towns around here is rather extraordinary. It's very gracious of you to offer such funds. And this is just for our silence?
That is correct.
I will look at Ariam and Zeldrin. Are there any objections?
I do not believe so. Your sponsorship is much appreciated. I hope that we can work together to improve the conditions of this fine city. We may not be ones to linger very long, but we have friends who wish to call this place home.
Rest assured. With Isaac Strasny no longer a threat to this city from the inside, we all may rest easier.
You mentioned your allies to the north. We have been warned of other creatures living in that direction, part of the way to Lake Zarovich. Perhaps your allies have had run-ins with these shifters?
Perhaps. Do you speak of the werewolves?
Yes. Or perhaps your allies are among their number?
Among. It is not a creature that wanders the forest that does not come across, before their death, a werewolf.
Um, I know that we have promised to remain silent about these plans, and that is a promise that we will keep. I do want to make sure that I am respecting both the spirit of that promise as well as the letter of that promise. Um, should we encounter any of these werewolves or any other of your allies, um, should we remain silent in their presence as well, or may we invoke your name for safe passage?
She thinks and says, I doubt that such a trifle should be something you would encounter. Why don't you roll me a persuasion check?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to use an inspiration for that because it seems like something that could come in handy in the future.
Oh, but should you find yourself at a crossroads where you may find my name and my allyship to be of your use, I will permit this.
Well, that is very gracious of you. And in return, I will tell you that as of right now, the only entities that we may invoke your name before, if we ever encounter them, are the werewolves to the north. For anyone else, we would have to wait until we had significant evidence that they were already allied with you. We would not want to bring your name up accidentally after the kindness that you have shown us.
She bows her head.
Well, is there anything that we can do for you? You've given us a considerable amount of information.
You have already disposed of Isaac Strasny. You have already done everything I could ask of you.
Well, in that, we were happy to oblige. I'm curious, this is unrelated and perhaps not important at all, but are you familiar with the doll maker in town? Blanksy?
Gadolf.
Gadolf Blanksy,
Yes.
yes. What do you make of him?
He is a lost soul, as many in Vallaki are. He could use some guidance. Perhaps you should invite him to the Watcher House. I might have something reassuring to say to him.
Oh, well. In that case, I am glad that I asked. Now, I promise you I am not crazy, but when I extend this invitation, should I also extend it to his monkey Piccolo? They seem quite attached.
This is the first time you see a look of perplexion cross her face.
I
She
know, I
says,
know.
I do not see why not.
Wonderful. I mean, the monkey seem very well trained. Um, well, I am glad I asked. I must admit, although Gadolf seemed sweet, those dolls gave me the willies. So if it turns out they are a side effect of a troubled soul that you believe you can soothe, I would be more than happy to invite and perhaps even try and convince Blinksy to come and pay you a visit.
Gives you another grateful nod.
Well, this has been a lovely visit. Thank you so much for taking the time. Ariam, Zeldrin, do you have any other questions or concerns or stories you'd like to tell?
My largest concern, though I've given our dispatching of the men no um, the story that Isaac told before he was well, the story that Isaac told is of uh, a family attacked by the werewolves from the north. Uh, Children separated. Isaac himself said to have lost his arm as a child. Certainly, much of the creature he became was tied to the arm that replaced his, lost in said attack.
Did they not tell you?
Who is they? And what did they not tell me?
I am not surprised. They are shameful, the creatures they keep within their house. The Valakoviches have skeletons within their closet. And I do not mean that as a metaphor. Isaac Strasny was taken in by Vargas and his wife when he was very young. Try as they might to curb his appetites. Isaac was a violent child. Children were said to have gone missing in the woods who never left the gates. Many of us understand that this was the fault of Isaac and the protection of the Baron.
Yes, what I am referring to would have happened most certainly before all of that began. Isaac claimed that uh, his sister had been taken by the creatures, and when he encountered a woman he believed to be his sister, this is what prompted the incident which inevitably began his downfall. I am trying to understand how the creatures who are said to have perpetrated such an attack should be, if the accusations were to be true, how such creatures should be considered allies.
Allies are better than enemies. Treaties with creatures of such danger, offering whatever it is they may ask within your reason to provide, protects you from being taken, devoured, changed, harmed by them. Does that answer your question?
Not entirely, I'm afraid. I don't. The original. If it is true that this that Isaac and his family were attacked, and these creatures, while he was a child and before his murderous engagements here began, if that family was attacked by these werewolves and the harm was done to Isaac and the person he believes to be his sister, or even not his actual sister, was taken and their father murdered. What does that? Are you saying they were sent there on purpose? They were meant to be what? Sacrificed to these creatures?
That may be the decided fate. That it was necessary for them to die and for Isaac to lose and to have experienced loss, so that one may walk away unscathed. The forces within the forests, within the mists of Barovia, are not unlike our gods. Their will shapes the land. Is it wise to fight a falling avalanche? Or to find yourself lost in the tides and wait until the rocks have settled and find your way up?
So it sounds as if you have no quarrel with Ariam's initial point of concern that these are powerful creatures that attacked a family and killed the parents and injured one child and abducted another, but rather, far from objecting to it, it is in fact that sort of power that they wield that you believe makes them valuable allies. For if you are not allied with them, you are then their targets.
Precisely.
Hmm.
But the way you described your alliance was to give them whatever they demand. That is somewhat less than an alliance.
What they have asked is of me, of my house, of my servants, of my allies, of my friends within Valaki, not without their ability to give.
So it is the case that the only things being offered and given are done so voluntarily.
Of course.
Well, I mean, we are comforted to hear you say, of course, but that is not always the case. Sometimes individuals seeking peace might take from one to give to another, but it sounds like in this case, the only things you have given are from yourself or from others who view the world similarly.
She looks past you to the door where the maid still stands and says,
Mhm.
Madalena, and the girl's head lifts. What is it that you offer when it comes time to offer? And she says without much hesitation, I offer my word. I speak platitudes. There is weight to those words, but nothing of material value. Simply my promise that I will continue to offer my platitudes. It is harmless. It does you no weight to your soul.
Hmm.
No, miss. She looks back at you, Zazarak, with some satisfaction.
And that is truly reassuring to know that the deals being made are both made entirely of one's own free will, and that the price is not, at least seemingly, is not too high. I'm curious, however, and perhaps this is what Ariam was getting at. Um, you have expressed great disdain disdain that we in fact share with regards to Isaac Strasny. However, Isaac was not born this monster. He was made into this monster. And as it turns out, you have befriended and allied yourself with the very creatures that created the monster that you detested so much. And yet, no sympathy was extended to Isaac. This is truly without judgment on my part. As I have said when I made my introductions, we are new to this city. And if you believe that is the price that must be paid, well, I do not know that my very limited time here gives me the background necessary to doubt that. However, even you must admit that it is interesting, worth considering what might have become of Isaac had he and his family not fallen in the way of your allies.
Perhaps there was an opportunity for Isaac and I to become more well acquainted. Could have been raised with my sons, my daughter, may have led an entirely different life. But Vargas took what he saw as a volatile creature, made him into his own form of weapon, used him within the city on the people he claimed to protect. I cannot decide for anyone within Vallaki or in Barovia what it is they do with the power given to them. But I can hate them for it.
Well, that does seem reasonable. And you're right. Perhaps if Isaac had reached out at a much earlier age, or perhaps if you had, things could have turned out very differently. Well, as it turns out, we have very good reason to believe that our friend Irina may in fact be a member of that family that was abducted at that time. And so perhaps the interest and protection that was not afforded Isaac because the Baron got his mitts on him first. Perhaps some of that oversight can be offered to our friend to make sure that she stays safe, doesn't follow a similar path to poor Isaac.
I would like nothing more than to protect the citizens of Vallaki after Vargas has failed to do so.
Well, that's wonderful. brings me great joy to hear how dedicated you are to these people. And who knows? Maybe after enough success, maybe even the Baron will come around.
She gives you a smile. Should there be anything else that the House of Watcher may do for such vigilant visitors?
One quick question. Would you like me to invite Gadolf Banksy on any particular day, or should I just extend an open invitation to try and find a day that he has available and then come at that time?
He may visit me as his wishes may provide him, but if he were to come, say, in 3 days' time, in the evening, I should have some other guests he would like to meet.
Wonderful.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
Yeah,
All
sounds
right.
good.
Yeah.
All right. With that, she extends her hand to each of you, and the maid then escorts you back to the front door, retrieves your cloaks, and distributes them. Thank you, and travel safely. And she holds the door open for you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I'll be that. As once we're out and clear,
Yeah.
that that seemed awfully productive.
Yes, I suppose it was certainly enlightening.
Yeah, Ariam, I believe I share your concerns. I'm not real sure that partnering up with people that kidnap and maim and slaughter families is such a good idea. And further, I don't know that the payment of offering them platitudes.
I am greatly confused why the housekeeper's words would have any meaning or value to the creatures that have been described to us. These werewolves who would uh, attack such a family. Now, admittedly, Isaac was not precisely the most reliable of individuals in this. He would have been a small child when it happened, and certainly time and the fear of such an incident would it would be reasonable if such things tainted his memories of what exactly happened. A vicious attacker might as well be a werewolf, but I know our focus when we were in Faerun was on the undead, but it is not the knowledge of werewolves and their ways are not unknown to the House of the Crescent Moon. Unchecked, werewolves are a real danger, and certainly a threat, and certainly not ones to be kept at bay by the kind words of a housemaid. There
Yes,
is there is something beyond what we have been told. Of this I am very sure.
oh, I could not agree more, Ariam. There are certainly pieces missing to the full story. Now, if it is the case that these werewolves are the check that balances the threat of the vampires, well, that would be a sad and sorry state indeed, and one not which we must be very careful to untie so as not to upset that delicate balance in a way that introduces more danger to the situation. But I do fear that these kind words that are shared are not nearly as light on the soul as Fiona Watcher believes.
Mm.
I fear that if she is eager to, when first she spoke of making alliances with forces outside of the walls, I was hoping that she was referring more so to, the elves or even possibly some unknown faction. But I fear that, if her interest is safety through alliance, um, I wonder if that would lead to this town uh, ending up in the same way as the village of Barovia, being under the thumbnail. If she were to intend to ally herself with Strahd himself.
Yes, certainly reasonable and real fear from where I see things. Well, if nothing else, I guess we must just continue to tread very carefully.
Agreed.
How bad do you
I
think this dinner's going to be this evening?
The last state dinner we went to saw us trekking through the night and finding ourselves in this place with no ability to return home. I expect that evening will seem pleasant in comparison.
Oh.
Perhaps I should take a back seat and let Rokea enjoy the dinner.
Oh. It's unfortunate that I'm a man of my word, else I'd be pushing us to take a rain check on that agreement.
You know, Ariam, before you make a decision as to whether you or Rokea will be the one in attendance, perhaps we should try and get some intel on what the menu is.
I expect Rokea is not particularly picky what is on the menu. I'm sure there's something.
Oh, well,
Well,
if it
we'll find out.
turns out to be herbs and grains and berries, I think Roke would be quite upset indeed.
He
I don't know.
will eat those things. It's just, well,
Oh, I know he'll eat them, but he will be grumpy the entire time. How dare you, Max? I would never.
never telegraph it like that.
Well, obviously the choice is yours. I'm just giving you good ribbon. I must say, it was nice to hear that perhaps Gadolf Blakesy isn't the nightmarish doll maker that I have made him out to be.
It sure would be nice if not everyone in this realm is a villain.
Yeah, I guess this place is getting to me, brother.
I will be hard pressed to see it that way until I understand the uncanny ability of the costumes. That is still completely unnerving to me.
Oh, now I feel sick to my stomach again.
Oh. Her spot was short-lived, but it was there.
Yeah. I guess while we're here, we'll just have to take those moments as they come. They are few and far between and not very long lasting while they're here.
Well, every dusk will be followed by a dawn, but unfortunately, every dawn shall be followed by dusk.
Yes, every rose has its thorn. I've heard that
Right.
every cowboy sings a sad, sad song.
That song's about Zazarak. uh, how would you like to while away the rest of the time until supper?
um,
Don't. No, this is definitely the same day that we fought Isaac. So at some point, I would like to get a short rest in.
actually, I think it's the
If we have
next
not.
day.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
the day after.
we fought Isaac
Oh,
out
right,
in the
right, right.
woods, but we couldn't get back in, so that we
Couldn't get
slept out
back
with
in.
the
We
elves.
stayed with the elves. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Where's Irina kicking it? Is she with Father Lucian?
I think she had gone back to the church with the children. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think Zazarak will suggest going back to the church. Irina's there. The kids are there. It's nice and quiet for those that want a trance.
Sure thing. Yeah, you can head back that way. While you're there, you sort of catch Irina, who's kind of want. She's standing like in the chapel, speaking to Dorakova, the or sorry, Danica Dorakova, the innkeeper's wife. Um, they're kind of far away. You don't really hear what they're saying, but uh, Danica sort of gives her a hug, just kind of goodbye and kind of reassuring smile, and then waves and leaves, passing you all with a polite nod and smile as she does so. Uh, yeah, Irina says she's fine. Everything's okay. The kids are um, being given rooms, and um, she's uh, trying to decide if I should be spending the night here, where there is not really the room, or if I should go back to the inn. Uh, the Martikov family has insisted that there should be more protection there than there was a few nights ago. I might take them back up on that offer. It would be more comfortable.
At the very least, you've no need to concern yourself with Isaac anymore. So, if you find yourself more comfortable there, it is certainly a safer option for you.
I think it would be a better place. Besides, I cannot sleep sitting up like you three, and there's not hardly room for me elsewise.
I
Miles,
think
continue.
I think perhaps our time resting here in the inn is also. I'm sorry, in the church is also uh, at an end. I suspect we should try to take up residency again at the inn, gentlemen.
Sounds like a fine plan.
Yes, if nothing else, might light a fire under us to finally get out and see the father-in-law and arrange for the purchase of a large quantity of wine.
Speaking of purchase, the coins you were given by Lady Watcher total out to 120 gold pieces.
40 apiece.
Good
Hot
God, I did
damn,
not even
team.
have a single gold to my name prior to that.
Buy some rations now or something at the prices they're charging in these parts.
You can also keep rooms
Yeah.
at the Blue Water Inn. Okay. Uh, as the afternoon draws a little long, it becomes about the time you would estimate to begin traveling back towards the to the Burgomaster's Manor. You see some other folks. You do not see, as was the case at tea, that there's like all various economical strata kind of represented in the guests here. It would appear that only noble families are brought in, and usually it would appear just either the heads of that house, um, uh, or the heads of the house and children like 10 and up kind of thing. Like fair representations of the people of Halaki. You see some of the features that you've seen around, similar noses and kind of face shapes as well. all kind of same, um, straighter, dark hair. Um, let's see. You do not see for that to that point. You don't see many folks that you recognize. Maybe some faces that you happened to acknowledge while you were at the festival, but you do not see the innkeeper, and you do not see Lady Watcher. Certainly, you do see Gedolf Blinksy, who is uh, standing at the door of the dining room where many of the guests are being filed into, presenting toys to the small to the younger guests.
Good
Uh,
lord.
you see like a puppet of a figure in a dark cloak. You see a marionette of a jingling skeleton that clacks with a sound that doesn't sound like wood. You see like a mysterious deck of cards being handed out. That the that the child is handed to seems to have a really hard time keeping a grip on the entire deck of, and keeps slipping and scattering across the floor. Um, uh, yeah, and seated at the head of, or standing at the head of the table, waiting for everyone to be seated, there is Baron Vargas with his two hounds. His wife, Victor, is not here. Are all escorted to your places at the table. You are all sat across from, or to the uh, left of the Baron on this long table. Um, you are introduced as honored guests of the festival, and I don't want to say heroes, because not quite. But uh, notable Valorant figures who have saved uh, uh, children from the forest and returned them to Valaki. Uh, the folks here applaud and acknowledge you all, many of them with a distinct fascination. Um, not just in the acknowledgement of your odd appearances, but Zeldrin hears with your high perception, far at the end of the table, someone murmuring that this must be the crew that tackled Isaac Strasny in the street. You are presented a meal of wolf steak and some rough grown greens, primarily cabbage, and a hot bready soup as well. A pretty hearty and surprisingly seasoned meal, um, given that this is a honorable place to be at. It is not surprising that you are receiving foods that have been flavored. Um, However, there is a cautious distribution of wine. You notice it is not quick that your cups are refilled.
Arian will never finish his first cup and is not eating the steak.
You feel very little social threat or pressure while here. And rather than drag you all through a dinner encounter with a bunch of significant strangers who are mostly polite, is there anything any of you would like to say, discuss, or bring to the attention of either the Baron or the other nobility while here?
temptation to be like, "So, Baron, how do you think your festival went?" But I will not do that. I will not shame the Baron in front of everyone.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think similarly, Sazerac is gonna. You know what? Sazerac's not gonna keep his mouth shut. Fuck that. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, he's not gonna make a big deal out of it, but whoever he's sitting next to, right?
Uh-huh.
He's just gonna ask. "So, I'm confused. Is anybody know the whereabouts of Victor?"
The Baroness, who is only a few seats away from you, uh, you can kind of, even from where you're sitting, see her eye twitch.
Mhm.
Uh, um, and the the gentleman who sits to your other side, his eyes sort of widen, and he very gently shakes his head.
Oh, you have no idea? Well, that's a shame. I just figured the whole family would get together for a dinner such as this. Does he usually not attend when you have fancy meals?
The Baron uh, says, without looking up from his food,
Mhm.
Victor has been Victor has been notified of every dinner in which he is welcome. He has not attended with us for some time.
Well, very reasonable of you to not require his attendance. I'll raise my wine glass with however little wine is left in it.
I'm sorry, was there a question in that? I just want to
No,
make sure I.
that was
Okay,
not.
I wanted to. Okay.
I'm basically toasting the Baron for not requiring his son to be
Yeah.
here, and I've got enough of a hint that I'm not going to press the issue to ask whether or not he's still invited.
Yeah.
Like it was clear in the way that it was stated that when he's invited he wasn't showing up, so whether or not he's still invited will be an open question, at least for the time being.
Okay. Uh, anything else anyone wants to make a point to say or do?
Oh boy. I don't think he can help himself. Aram is going to once the meal has ended, because that just doesn't seem like the sort of meal to have this conversation with, will inquire if anyone has ever actually had a direct run-in with the werewolves to the north. That seems like not a thing to ask while they are eating wolf.
Okay. Interesting. You you get the response from like a few nobility who are trying to keep conversation over some brandy, uh that there's like, what's the word, like, not myth, but like legend, that many noble houses have someone in their family who at one time or another have encountered creatures within the Svalak woods. Just kind of ubiquitously, you had like everyone doesn't like rush to offer a tale, but everyone kind of pitters out the like, oh, such a, like 3 generations ago I had yada yada yada. But there is kind of filtering through this myth that they're all beginning to spread. There is also the clarity that no one present has, but um, within within Valaki, there are folks who are hunters who travel the Svalak woods with some frequency. It is incredibly dangerous, but the wolf hunters, uh, um, Slodar, Slodar Slodarovich, and Yevgeny Krushkin, I'll type those names out for you, are well-known wolf hunters in Valaki. They're kind of said, they're kind of mentioned almost with like a slight distaste. Probably you detect from just nobility mentioning um, some dirty common folk. um, uh, but everyone would readily say like if at very least the thing you want is a wolf skinned well, you speak to them. Um, this is sort of the muddled response after after the integrity of you asking about werewolves sort of wears away, and they just are like, oh, you were asking about something very specific, well, there are wolf hunters in Valaki and here's their names.
Got it.
And yeah, let's see.
I will try to very surreptitiously sneak the wolf steak off my plate to have later. Have for later, I should say.
You're like putting it into your bag.
Just towards the end of the night, I will not wrap it up in a napkin because that's
It's not a paper
Yevgeny
napkin.
Krushkin.
I'm not going to steal this dude's linens.
Slodarovich and Yevgeny Krushkin.
Do I know that last name? Whatever. But yeah, once it is clear that no one here has directly run into the werewolves, I will Ariam will let the topic drop.
Mm-hmm. All right. And Zeldrin, how are you occupying the evening?
Zeldrin is staying very quiet, just being very observant.
Okay. All right. Well, you have otherwise then a peaceful evening of socializing with a economic class that you do not often find yourselves affiliate with, um, which is uncomfortable and annoying in its own right, but tolerable and ultimately harmless. The Baroness is very, very enthusiastically grateful for your attendance, um, and titters and giggles a gracious thank you to you as you depart. The Mhm,
Before we depart,
mhm.
I would like to sort of catch on the way out or having just left somewhere in that range. I'd like to catch Gadolf Blinksky.
Yeah.
And
He is dressed in some finer clothes, but he still has his hat. The monkey is not with him.
okay. Gadolf, I don't know if you remember me. I was in your
Yes, of course
study.
I remember you. Saw you earlier today.
Yes, yes. And I said I would introduce you to my friend and my brother. And at the time, I did not realize that you would be here at the dinner. But obviously, we are here. This is my good friend Ariam, and this is my brother Zeldrin.
Oh, pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you both. He shakes each of your hands with sweaty palms.
Pleasure.
I am
Now,
to understand you are to be visiting soon. We may have new and friendly patrons within my toy store. Is that correct?
oh yes, I'm sure we will all be visiting soon. In addition, and I'm looking around because I don't want to say this next part in front of the Baron or the Baroness or anyone, but I want to extend the invitation to Lady Watcher's estate in 3 days.
Ooh, the Watcher House.
Yes, I thought perhaps I'd swing by earlier that evening and check out your shop once again. Perhaps this time all three of us would be there, and then we could go to Lady Watcher's. And um, no, seeing how well you two work together and how close you are, I was able to secure an invitation for Piccolo as well. I don't know. I was not aware if you two always travel together. Obviously, now I know that it's not the case, but should you deem it important to bring Piccolo with you, they are more than welcome.
Very well. We should be sure that we are dressed appropriately and prepared to go at that time. Is there the reason that I have been asked to go to the Watcher House?
No, nothing more than the fact that she is having guests and she thought that you would enjoy their company and they yours.
Oh, very well. Yes, yes, I would. Yes, the more blinks he sees, the more blinks he can share. It is good to get out of the workshop every once in a while. Yes.
Wonderful.
All right, is that it?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Anything else for Arium?
Not at the party, no.
Okay. And anything else for Zeldrin?
No.
All right. The three of you can depart. And Arium, what are you doing?
I will wait until folks have settled at the inn.
Okay. Like
And
gotten rooms?
yeah.
Okay.
And given his allotted time, since Rokea has not come out today, the first thing that Rokea is going to do while he chomps on the wolf steak, he is going to 1 EP. Oh my god. He is going to, in the middle of the night, go over to St. Andrew's.
Oh, okay. In the middle of the night? Okay.
Well, I figure it's pretty late by the time Arium is done and and Rokea is
Mhm.
In control.
Mhm.
And I would like to. I need whatever attendant is there. I will ask to bring Vasha to me.
Bring Vasha. Okay. Yeah, you definitely scare Yeska, who answers the door, who
Yeah,
you
yeah.
find first. I'm assuming you explain yourself.
I mean, he's munching on the last couple bits of steak, I'm gonna need you to get Vasha, the little girl we rescued.
Okay. I think there's some puzzling. You pointing out that you know who she is. Like you're not just you, the Shark Man, are not kidnapping the child.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll bring her back. I need her help with something real quick.
The little girl, sleepy and in some fresh clothes, um, comes walking out of the hall with all of the other bedrooms and startles at you. But I think she's seen no, she's not seen Rokea yet. No.
I think she has because when we left the mill, I believe Rokea was on the verge of going back into the mill, but like the rest of the trip, I think was done. The rest of the trip back to between the mill and Valaki, I think, was done as Rokea. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know, but I'll allow this to I'll allow this to pass.
Maybe you don't remember me. I don't know. We're gonna go on a little trip, you and me. I'll bring you back here this evening. I need you to show me something. You're from this city, right?
Yes.
Right. You lived here with your brother Christopher, right? Right. You took good care of him here.
Uh-huh.
Right. I need you to show me where you lived.
Okay.
Do you think you can? Okay, excellent. I'm gonna pick you up. It'll be faster.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna just set you up here on my shoulder. We're gonna go out. You're gonna just. I'm gonna. You point, and I'll go that way. And then once we've found the house, I'm gonna turn around and I'll bring you back. How's that sound? I'll get maybe we can find something a little tasty or fun along the way, huh?
Okay.
Right.
She's very sleepy. And has a bit of a hard time both navigating like in the dark and as tired as she is and as young as she is. It takes you find yourself having gone around like a block twice, like two different blocks twice, before she finally says,
That's the one right there.
This one right here.
Mhm.
This is where you used to live.
Yeah.
Right. Excellent.
Can we
Okay.
go? Can we go back now?
Oh yeah. I'll double time it. Get you there right back in bed.
she just falls asleep in the light jog back over.
All right, here you go, Yeska. If you want, if you just show me where, I'll just sit it down.
Yeah, Yeska will take you back to her room and help you get her back into bed.
Is everything all right?
Yeah. Just someone I want to have a word with. I'll do it another time though. I don't think we was going in circles for a bit. I don't think I have enough time left.
Puzzled, shrugging, and exhausted, he lets you go.
Yeah, I'll go back to the inn.
Okay.
That's a future problem for okay now.
Okay. As for everyone else in their evening at the Blue Water Inn, is there anyone you're seeking out or speaking to?
Actually, on his way back in, now that I think about it, I will ask the innkeeper to let me know if either of the vampire hunter, werewolf hunters, wolf hunters, I should say, if they come in.
No, they're right over there. That is where they usually stay, in that corner. He points to a corner of the room. You actually recognize the figures from the first night you were here. They were in that same corner. One of them is wearing a patchwork cloak of wolf pelts, and the other one looks bigger and broader and darker.
Right, I thought it might be you two. Rookhead just walks right over to them.
Oh, cool. They're both kind of just head low and mellow. The bigger one that you see has a very long crossbow, or not crossbow, a very tall longbow that is propped up near him that has carved notches in its woodwork. Um, uh, they're they both kind of look up at the sound of footsteps and both try very hard not to startle at the appearance of you. Good evening.
Yes, hello. I understand of everybody in this town here that you two might have are the most likely to have had a run-in with the werewolves that supposedly are out the north gate.
On occasion, we do our best to avoid their hunting grounds. Our prey, though similar, we do not wish to forfeit our lives for a hunt.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. But you've seen them, you know. Got an idea where we could find them? Were we to go looking?
Yes, north of Mount Bartok, there is a system of caves. North of Lake Bartok, there is a system of caves that we know that they run to.
North of Lake Bartok, system of caves. Right. Excellent. And you know who's in charge of them? Who their leader is?
Let me see. Ooh. The one who has been speaking to you is the taller, bigger one. He has a shaved head and a beard. The other fellow has long, dark hair and a very small, thin, scruffy beard. Um, they have not actually introduced themselves, but they've just been speaking to you and kind of
Me either.
yeah, plain language communication. Let me find out. I've rolled to see if they know. Now I've got to make sure I don't give you the wrong information. Okay, yes. Let's see. The leader of the Children of Mother Night is Kirill Stoyanovich. I'll type all that in for you.
By one letter. 2 letters.
They will take children for their growth of their pack. When possible, Zoldar and I try to stop them.
How long you been doing that?
Since first we saw it happen. Children do not all come from Vallaki. Some come from Kresk. They are not. Yes, another city farther north and in the mountains.
Right, right. You you heard about the attack on Isaac?
Strasny, when he was a child,
Yeah.
yes.
You're pretty much the experts on this group. Does what he said track with how they've done? Or do you think maybe they would have taken him unless there was something wrong with him?
There was something wrong. They might have abandoned him. He was mauled. Perhaps he did try to fight back, and he did not win. They thought it was weak.
Right, right. All right. Well, thank you for letting me know. I will gesture over to the bartender, whatever my friends here want, and I will plunk down 2 pieces of gold.
All right. Erwin will give you a big thumbs up and grin, and send one of his boys with a pitcher over. All right. Zeldrin, what are you doing for the evening?
Nothing in particular. Just taking our rooms and having a bite to eat. Did not eat a whole lot at the Baron's place.
Okay. Right, Zazarak, anything for you?
Yeah, I think I am going to essentially be causing a nuisance in the Blue Water Inn by having the Markov kids. What I'm going to do is have them is just so I'm clear on the layout of this place. Is the bar like in the center of this thing, or is the bar on like one side of the room?
Let me put you on a map.
Okay. It's really not going to be worth it for the dumbness that I have prepared, but
Yeah, but I've got a map, so
okay. Yeah, I gotcha.
yeah, let me get your tokens on here. There you go.
Oh, okay. Where's the door? Is this the door out and in?
That's the stairway up, but the door's over
Door's
here.
right here. Okay, great.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do is whenever I have the opportunity, I'm gonna convince these 2 kids to race. And the race that I'm gonna have them do is to bolt out the front door, and each of them have to head a different direction. So one will head down like this way, and the other will head this way, and run
Okay.
around the bar. And the first one back to the front door wins. And I'm going to try and solicit bets from people in the bar.
Why don't you make me a persuasion check?
Okay. I mean, and Zazarak isn't trying to make any money on this. He's just trying to get some boisterous fun going.
Mm-hmm. Fucking shit. Okay. Yeah. I think there is coin that is like you end up making.
Mhm.
Like everyone here is primarily exchanging an electrum.
Mhm.
Um, and with more coin being passed around, you're seeing like the same profile stamped into every coin. This sort of
Mhm.
uh, sharp-nosed, sharp-featured individual with long flowing hair, uh, shockingly like the statue that you saw in the basement of that living house several days ago.
Mm.
Um, um, you do make uh, 8 electrum pieces,
Okay.
um, and do actually like pick up from all of the people who have been in and out of the rain all
Mhm.
day and who find themselves here tonight. Like,
Mhm.
there's a significant interest in the fun game from everyone except from Donica, who seems very annoyed to have her children uh, running around underfoot as
Mhm.
frequently as they are.
As the evening wears on and it being the hit that apparently it is, I'm going to branch out and try and solicit other people to engage in these races.
Yeah, sure. You do notice something, even with your passive
Mhm.
insight's not super high.
No.
No, not at all. Um, you notice that the adults
Mhm.
who are running
Mhm.
sometimes take 5 times as long to get through this run that you've explained than the kids do. The kids are doing it with a you wouldn't have assumed it was a supernatural speed until
Mhm.
you saw how absolutely winded anyone else attempts to do, like
Right.
how much this takes out of them.
Say, I know Arium's down here. Is Zeldrin down here?
Yeah, sure.
Zelly, do me a favor. Uh, ra- race one of these kids around the ball for me.
All right, all right.
Basically, the reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to figure out, is it the fact that these kids are just supernaturally fast, or is something going on with the adults that they're all crazy slow?
Okay. And so you're having I want to make sure I'm understanding it
Mhm.
right, that like you're having each of like one person goes left around the building, one person goes right around the building, and then they both
Yep.
have to come back in. Yep.
Yep. And
Okay.
on this race, I'm having one of the kids race Zeldrin.
Okay. Uh when this happens,
Mhm.
no check required from Zeldrin for like the information that is being gathered
Mhm.
for Zaz. Um Zeldrin, you do not see the child pass you at any time during this run. The child is there in the bar long before you are.
When that information is shared with me, uh, oh, well, all right, I guess that's good to know. Game's over. I'm just gonna go to the bar and sit down and drink quietly.
The kids seem colossally proud of themselves. You see their mom talking to them a little bit, kind of wagging her finger. Um, and then it's late, so they're sent upstairs to bed.
Children are very fast.
I'm sorry.
Well, your children are very fast. They beat all the adults, including my brother.
Well, they did grow up here. They maybe know a shortcut through the stables.
Hmm. Well, I'll have to ask him about it. That I mean, no one's in any trouble. That's just would be rather ingenious if that's what they were doing. Oh, you know who I can ask about it? Telepathically, I will reach out to Floof.
Floof reports that he saw nothing.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, well, I'll ask him about it tomorrow.
All right. With that, let's take our 15-minute break.
Mhm.
Because it's way past that time. And then.
Morning comes at the Blue Water Inn. Still a very light rain coming down. Mostly you hear the sounds of water falling off of falling through drain pipes in the morning. But other than that, everything seems okay first thing. What's your plan for today?
That is an excellent question. Mm. Zeldrin, Ariam, do you want to head up and see if we can't purchase some of that wine?
I think that would
It's
be a fine thing to pursue. I don't think we have anything incredibly pressing, but if I'm forgetting something, please let me know.
is Erwin awake and around?
Yeah.
Oh, and about how far did you say your father's place was? And I'm sorry, is it your father or your father-in-law?
It's his father.
Mhm.
Let's see. I did say I think it was a day and a half. But no, I don't. Oh, did I say? I did the measuring already. And I'm gonna have to do it again, I think. God damn.
on. Sorry.
No worries.
Did have this mapped and then I totally forgot. I think I had said it was a day and a half.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, if we embark now, even if we push it, it is unlikely that we will be back in time to join Blanksy for his evening out. I'm willing to push it if y'all are, but if you think it's more important to see what that's all about, Erwin, do you have enough wine to last you for 3 or 4 more days?
I suppose that I do, but it is distressing that we are running low without any word from the wizards.
Hmm. Now I know you have requested that we go up there and negotiate in your place. Do you have any advice for strategy? Is there any ill will we should be aware of between you and your father, or should we try and impress upon that family relation to get a better deal?
My father is a bit of a hard-headed man. It is you would do well on your own, I think. No better than I would. Uh, Mentioning by name, I think, would do a service. Also, it was half a day. That was the thing.
Gotcha. Oh,
That's why I thought it was a
wonderful.
day and a half. Because it was going to take you, like,
Right.
theoretically a day and a half to get back, I think. Yeah.
So, let me ask you this question then, since you think it would be better if we approach the deal on our own without any mention of you. Um, Perhaps you could give us some guidance in terms of price.
My father would has the contract with our inn within his ledgers. It would not be a matter of negotiation, simply assuring that the shipment that should be here will be arriving soon enough.
Oh, I understand. I guess I misunderstood originally. You don't need us to
Oh,
go and negotiate uh, an actual sale, but just to ensure that the sale that has already been made uh, is in fact being shipped and will arrive here when it is supposed to, or at least will arrive here
Precisely.
shortly. I understand. My
Yes.
apologies.
It is all right. It is it seems foolish the entirety of it, but it should be the case that these goods should have been here, and I am worried, I think.
Well, our original intention was, of course, to uh, find a deal to provide ale to um, the uh, well, what is the
Vistani.
name? The Vistani. Um,
Aragal is the guy there, I think.
Well, is that something that has also already been negotiated with Owen's father here, or would we be buying directly from Erwin to give to the Vistani? If the shipment is delivered as intended, Erwin, would you have enough product to sell some of it off to the Vistani?
Runs his hand over his beard and thinks, we could maybe deal with them. I think that should depend on if we are to run out of our current supply before you are to return.
Well, wonderful. We will do what we can to secure this shipment so that it arrives here as soon as possible. And once it does, then we can worry about making a purchase from that delivery for the Vistani. I think that will be simpler than trying to simultaneously ensure delivery of this shipment and a direct purchase from your father. Erwin, what is your father's name so I can stop referring to him as simply your father?
Davian.
Davian.
Davian Martokovich. Martikov. Martikov, yes.
Very well. I know we now find ourselves with a little bit of coin to, I believe, let me double check. Let me look in my pack here, but I believe I'm ready to go. Do you two feel need for purchase any supplies before we head out?
No, I think I'm set.
Yes, I've plenty of rations for the trip and everything I should need.
Oh, very well then. Let me go get Floof and we will be off.
Okay. Right. Choo-choo. Let's get to a road map. Clean up this road map. All right. Oh, actually,
Floof
it's
might be
where?
the best token I've ever had anything to do with.
As you are leaving the inn and down your way on the road, Zeldrin, I haven't made mention of it yet for good reason because I'm letting you know now that in the latter half of yesterday, there has been someone who has been following you is not exactly what I would say you would suspect until as you were leaving the inn today and have once again taken to the main road, have felt the presence of someone who has been behind and keeping a significant distance. You noticed them yesterday, but were willing to provide the benefit of the doubt until this morning. There has been someone who has been keeping an eye on you. You're not sure if it's the same person, but there has just been a figure that has been shadowing you guys for a little while now.
About how far, like, are they keeping within like 30 feet of us, or?
No, it's like it's a stretch of distance. Like it is only with the passive perception that you have that you've been
Mhm.
able to detect this person. Like that there has been a constant, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Just under my breath, fellas, I've been trying not to be concerned about it, but I cannot shake it any longer. I believe we are being followed or watched. There is someone a good ways behind us that I've noticed him a few times through the days. Thought it was just coincidence, but would seem we have a tail. They seem smart enough to stay far enough away. I don't think we are going to, you know, catch them unawares or anything, but
Well, should we invite them up here to travel with us?
if they were closer, I feel like that would be easier, but with the distance they have, if we make it apparent that we are aware of them, they might just scatter.
Hmm. Well, that'd be a rather easy way to get them to stop following us.
Or to stop following us so obviously.
Hmm. Well, anybody have any other suggestions as to what might be done, if anything, about Barnacle?
Well, if we just continue as we are, aware of it, then perhaps we will learn more of what it is they're following us for. Uh, Keep them from getting the drop on us if they intend to do some such. Perhaps an opportunity will provide itself that we can uh, turn the ambush around on them.
Wonderful.
Okay, so you're choosing not to act.
Yeah, but just keeping very aware and looking for an opportunity to, um, you know, catch him unawares or, see if he gets closer or anything.
Okay. That said, are you going to make an actual attempt to try to catch this person, or are you going to wait for them to slip? Like, are you going to stage something so that you can try to catch them, or uh, are or are you looking for?
I don't feel confident enough in our ability to disappear for us to uh, be able to spring a trap. Unless you think otherwise, fellas.
No.
I can do nothing to hide us from him. Best I can do is uh, set up uh, a tiny hut whenever we rest. That way they cannot reach us without some extraordinary means.
Well, I mean, there are. Should we decide that we would like to make some sort of intervention and press the issue, there are other ways to do so besides trying to hide or disappear, get the jump on them. For example, if two of us got into a loud fight with each other and used that to draw the individual's attention, then the third might be able to sneak around and get much closer and subdue the individual. Or at least press the issue as to why they are following us without opportunity for them to leave. We could always try and find a curve in the road and double back if we so choose. That being said, I am perfectly comfortable wandering along if they want to watch us go to a winery and try and secure a shipment. That's their idea of fun. Let them have it.
I think that it might be the case that, following us along the road, they're able to follow from quite a distance, but if we get to a location where they must come closer, such as, the winery, if they intend to eavesdrop, it might force them to get a little closer and make a mistake.
Well, yes, brother, but if the plan is to intervene, I'd rather do it out here on the open road. I don't want to get to a town or a city or in the winery itself with the Davium and put him and his staff at risk.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we just invite them up? That might be a good way to throw them off their game. After all, we know they are following.
Yeah, if you think I'm willing to give that a try.
All right, well, that sounds reasonable. Where did you say they was, Aldrin?
Back off that a ways, a good distance. I could always speak to them in their mind. That'll probably send them a bit of a shiver.
Well, I mean, I don't even know that I can make them out from here. It'd certainly be more effective than me just screaming in that general direction.
Mm-hmm. I will try to cast sending at this person, and
Okay.
just say, we see that you've been on our tail for some time. Please come up here and join us. Let us talk about what it is you seek.
A figure, sitting around 5'6" in height, with a knit cap kind of pulled over his ears and most of his brow, and a heavier weatherproof coat, or not coat, cloak. Sort of pulls himself away from some of the edges of the people within the street, makes himself a little bit more plainly visible. Uh, has a bit of a nervous demeanor as he approaches, but certainly does so. And he says, "Good morning. Better weather we're having." He tries to force a little smile. "My name is Ernst Larnock. I was sent by Lady Fiona Watcher."
I'm sorry, what was that last name, friend?
Larnock. Let me spell it for you.
Well, Mr. Larnock, thank you for being amicable. Uh, Tell us, to what end has Miss Watcher sent you?
It is assurances that the agreement as spoken uh, is being upheld. I only intend to keep an eye within the city.
Hmm. The agreement for us not to blabber.
Correct. Not to cause Miss Watcher any more trouble.
Well, that being the case, come, you can walk with us to the city gates, and you will see that although the topics of conversation may vary greatly, they will not breach any promises that we have made to Fiona Watcher.
Kind of goes to tip his cap to you, and follows you to the gate. And yeah, he just leaves you at the gate if that's all there is to that.
Ernst, when we return, would you like us to check in with you so you can resume following us?
That would make my day easier.
Just let me know where to stop by or who to alert to let you know that we are back.
You could find me at the Blue Water.
Oh, wonderful. You know, we'll try and keep it so secret that I won't even say anything when I walk in. I'll just scratch my nose. You'll know it's us.
He gives you another cap tip. You are let outside into the day. Right. Is there anything anyone wants to announce as you are beginning your travels?
Not for Arium, I don't think.
Right. The weather is lightened significantly. The clouds are still present and dense overhead, but the prominent leftovers of the weather are the muddy paths that you find yourselves walking on as you head back onto the Sphalic Road, onto a path that you have not yet uh, traveled. The the air is cold. The mists are still creeping and obscuring your view. It comes to the mid morning as you've been traveling that you are aware of the presence of the fog so heavy that you can only see the immediate tree line and the underbrush beside. It is almost like you are walled off on a singular path, which does nothing to shake the fears of travel. You can hear creatures within the forests. You now are almost acutely aware of what it sounds like uh, when wolves hunt. Uh, Having heard it now a few times, you can hear the howling in the distance and the crashing of underbrush and the snapping of jaws and then the tearing of animal. as far away and as blind to it as you are, it is something that you are almost forced to listen to uh, in what feels like significant proximity. Through the fog on the road ahead, you see a torchlight burning, or maybe a lantern ahead that is almost growing as if you are getting closer to it, but it never really breaks from the line of the fog. And just when you think that you might be close enough that the light of it would shine through and you could see whoever is wielding it on the path, it moves ahead as if that person is walking further down the road. And then suddenly, you see that light turn and head to the left. As you begin to approach where that spot might be on the road, you see that that light has left the path and is within the fog to the left of the road you are on.
Do you fellows feel like this is someone who needs assistance, or this is the light of an anglerfish luring us into the depths?
Hmm. Well, I do suspect it's the latter, but there's only one way to be sure. Come on, Floof. Oh, Floof, will you stop splashing in them puddles? I know it's fun, but we're down here. You're getting us all muddy.
Giant space hamster crashing through the underbrush. Uh,
Silently, totally silently. There's no way a giant space hamster would make any noise snapping through brushes and making sure to splash in every puddle he can find.
You follow the torchlight as it continues to direct you off of the road. You never lose sight of the torch in the distance, in the fog. It appears to be one of the few things you can see. As you break off of the road, more of the mist begins to pull away, and it almost feels like you are being given more to see. You see a little bit deeper into the forests and can see higher up into the trees themselves. Um, you hear the cawing of ravens and this light, let's see, continues on ahead of you until the fog almost entirely pulls away, and you see ahead of you a shell of a ruined tower. The upper floors of the structure have collapsed. The front of the tower that you are facing seems to almost have been rent away so that you only see the three quarters of the wall that remain standing. No
Hell
floors to be
yeah.
seen.
Tower breakers getting shit done all over the place. Hell yeah.
There are heaps of rubble and shattered timber all around the tower's base. The light seems to have vanished. Um, you see only the shell of this tower and some boxes and things that remain sort of sheltered from the weathering on the far side of the tower where walls remain.
Oh dear, I hope. Well, it explain why there has been no shipment, right? I suspect we should be on our guard.
Oh, most definitely. If I'll tell you what, though, if this turns out to be Ernst, that he is going to have hell to pay. So, Aram, you think this is what you think the shipment was lowered down here like we were?
I I just meant that this level of destruction here.
Oh, I see. Well, I do think it is even less likely that the lot was a distressed individual who somehow luckily found this dilapidated tower and has managed to take shelter within before we arrived. But now that we are here, I guess it's worth a little bit closer inspection to see what, if anything, is going on and what on earth that light was doing guiding us here. Floof, why don't you stay back? I'd hate for you to get injured. I
Okay.
will slowly approach the tower.
Mhm.
All right. As you get closer, you can see the age of this building. It is quite pathetically old. It was probably 3 stories tall. It is lucky to be considered two at this point. Like I said, there's no even second floor that is to be seen. All of the remains of that floor are crumpled in rubble on the ground below. You have the buildings some materials remain inside, weathered still but mostly protected by the walls. And you are going inside?
Yeah. I mean, it's we can tell from the outside that there's no second floor, correct?
Mhm.
Right. So it's just sort of the half or three-quarter walls of the first floor of what used to be this tower,
Mhm.
and we can see that there's some material inside.
Mhm.
Great, yeah. I mean, Zazarak will be going slowly and carefully because something or someone lured them here, and so he is on the lookout for that, but doesn't feel like he's going to find it standing outside.
Okay. Do you want to make a perception or investigation check before you, like, as you're entering, or are you just going in to, like, go in?
Yeah, I'll make a perception check.
Okay.
'Cause-
Well, this will be like while you're entering.
Mhm.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, that sort of checks out.
Okay. All right. You pass into the remnants of this tower. It's pretty significantly large, um, and are sort of immediately drawn towards the chests that are set about on the other side of the wall.
Mhm.
And Arium, uh, behind you, um, sees before you do when some of the rubble on the ground begins to uh, fall away,
Mhm.
and a dark, filthy hand reaches out to grab you, and suddenly the entire floor of this tower erupts in a wretched, screaming, moaning form. A mass of bodies begin clawing their way from both the dirt and the fallen stone and timber. And we're going to hop to a map
Mhm.
and get into initiative.
All right.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Floof, get
Can
in
you
here.
guys,
What are you
you
doing
guys
out
can,
there?
you can see my circle, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, good.
What idiot told you to wait out there, Floof?
Oh, come on. I didn't get tracker up, sorry. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but my initiative, sort of across the board, has just been garbage.
Right. Uh, Arium. Oh, Zeldrin, you copied your token.
What do you mean?
I had a token for you on the map. I wasn't sure if you were inside the tower, so I left you outside. But we're good.
I don't see my token on the map except for the one that I broke out.
I just deleted the other one, so we're
Okay.
good. Don't worry about it. Okay. Arium is up first. These bodies stink of decay and filth and rot. Many of them are falling apart and wear only the moldy remnants of clothing. Um, yeah.
Gross.
Yeah.
Zombie. Zombie.
I will use a bonus action to have the trident coated in flames. It should just be the 4 necrotic, not the 2 cold. I would have rather had the 2 instead of the 4, but you know. I will scream out, yell out, Zazrak, watch out! Yeah, I will try to stab this one before it gets to Zazrak.
Oh, that's gonna hit. Okay.
Ooh, solid.
Ooh, okay.
And do it again.
Oh, hold on.
Or
So
not.
these zombies have a fascinating feature. Um, when you do a specified amount of damage to it, something funky can happen to them.
Oh,
Uh, the cool thing is, for this one, you spear downwards on it. This is the one that like has grasped uh, at Zazarak's leg, and spearing through its neck, its head falls off. Its jaw keeps moving and sort of wiggles its way around and tries to, and is still like moving. Its body is still moving, but it has been decapitated. It is not dead, but it has been divided.
sorry. I seem to be making more of them. And I will attack again.
Okay.
Ooh.
That will also hit.
Oh, okay. Not nearly as good. Only 10 points of damage. Assuming they're not resistant to cold. If they are, it's only 9 points of damage.
That cold does appear to have full effect on them. You spear again downwards and sever its arm that still grasps, and its nails dig into his leg. This body again still up, but fighting from its 3 pieces now.
Oh, I'm only making things worse. That's it for me. That's move, bonus, and action.
All right. Let's see. All right. From the back of the tower, um, a flicker appears in the air, a flame and a light that looks as the torchlight you had followed um, forms in a swirl of mist that ignites, and you see now a small speck of mist, ephemeral light that is zooming forward to you. Oh, where are you? There you go. Right over there. And flying directly into Arium. Let's see. You can feel like electricity firing through the air as it comes within proximity of you, and you feel like the static springing through your armor and over your trident, but it does not beat your AC. Okay, I have a zombie horde on the move now. Oh, hold on. You need to go to. There we go. How fast you move? Not very far. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. All right. These bodies begin clawing out at the Sunstrider brothers. We'll attack Zeldrin first. Your AC is a 19, right?
Yes.
All right. As each of these slopping, foul mouths and broken, long, clawed hands scratch out at you. You're able to raise your shield and warhammer and bash back anything that comes at you. Nothing lands a blow on you. And Zaz, your AC is a 16.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 2. All right. I have one critical hit from teeth coming over your shoulder for 5 points of piercing damage, and then 1, 2, 3 claw attacks that get you for a total of, say 3. I did. Oh, there we go. I'm reading now.
Mhm.
18 points of slashing damage for the 3.
Okay.
And it is Zeldrin's turn.
All right. I will bash back these ones next to me, and then I will, in a flash of light, step my way over here. Use my bonus action, Starlight Step, and then with my main action, I will channel some divinity and try to turn undead.
All right. As the light of the evening flares from you, you can feel the pressure
of an unholy space dimming your magic. They will all have advantage against this save.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the does this reach all of them?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. It's a wisdom save, right?
Yeah, wisdom save DC 16.
Okay. 2, 3, 6. Holy shit. Only the 2 that managed to roll natural 20s were able to pass, even at advantage for those saves.
Incredible.
So I'll just mark the ones that saved to save myself some trouble.
Mhm.
All right, that's your bonus action and action. Anything else for you?
That is it.
Okay. Zazarak. Oh, wait, hold
Alright.
on. I think my little guy also has to roll. Oh, he rolled a 22. He's fine. All right.
And so this one and this one, those are the only two that aren't turned.
Those are the only 2 that saved against the turn. Everyone else is turned.
Okay. And that's apparent.
Yeah. Yes. Zeldrin, do you want to describe like what it looks like, what the zombies sort of reactionarily do to you?
Well, there's like a burst of light that you all have certainly seen before, but you see that it is a little bit dimmed, and you see like in all the ones that have been turned, like uh, kind of like a flash of white in their eyes, and then they just kind of like start turning and you know uh, clawing their way away from me.
Cool. Um yeah, I am going to use my bonus action to cast Divine Favor. And I'm going to use my action to take a couple swipes at this dumbass light that led us into this nightmare.
You're muted, babe.
12 will miss. The 20 will hit. This thing bobs through the sways of your blade, but you catch it on your second strike. Okay. All right, it's extra damage. Just making sure I understand that right. And nothing against radiant damage. Okay, good to know. All right. Is that it for your turn?
That is it.
Okay. Just making sure I didn't have a reaction or something that would fuck you up for hitting it.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see. I have one unafraid zombie and a bunch of afraid zombies, including the uh, segmented body that is on its way out. Did I move him
It
weird? I
just
did. One.
as it's backing away, it picks up its head with the one arm that's still attached, and
Okay. Everything's backing up. Okay. But the one who is unturned will throw its body on top of Zeldrin's shield, try to get under and over.
Hey, I did it! That's a 21 to hit.
All right.
For 4 piercing as he lunges his head over the shield and takes a bite out of you.
Mhm.
Is think that hits the okay. Arium?
The one underneath the will-o-wisp here, is that the one that has fallen to pieces, or is that
That would be this one over here. This one right here is turned, but he moves on like the left half of the map's turn.
right?
Yeah.
I'm tempted to try to finish off the one I've been hurting, but I think our little Orby friend here is the far more pressing threat. Um, yeah, you know what? I will. Yeah, I'll do this. I will. Okay, that I'm trying to cast Green Flame Blade, but I actually have to roll to hit first with the actual trident attack.
Okay. You're hitting the little
The
ghost?
orb, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. An 18 will miss.
Okay. That's it then.
Okay. It is also going to turn. It's not really going to turn around. It's just going to redirect its little form um, towards the towards the body of holy energy with a 22 to hit. Eldrin.
Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
certainly hit.
For 7 points of lightning damage. Okay. Cool.
Sheesh.
Let's see. Crawl forward and then crawl away. So many zombies are fleeing in some capacity, while one remains to attack Zazarak with one claw raking down your back for 5 points of slashing damage. And it is Eldrin's turn.
All right. I will use my action to cast Aura of Vitality.
Okay.
And then I will use my bonus action to you give Zazarak 2d6 hit point. 9.
Ooh.
Cool beans. Thank you.
And that'll be it.
All right.
Excellent.
With that,
Okay. I'm just making sure shield of or
Divine favor.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Still up. Thank you.
all right. And with that, it's your turn.
All right. I'm gonna keep swatting at this ball of light.
12 will miss. 22 will hit. Ooh.
And swing that other end around.
Oh, ow. Oh, does that do it? Oh my god, that is just enough damage. The two blades in a whirlwind slice with precision through the incorporeal form, and you can feel the lightness of your blade cutting through air, but the radiant
power searing this little form until it dissolves.
And that is it for me.
Okay. One remaining impotent zombie on this side. Let's see. I called him impotent. That wasn't really fair. He's been actually managing to land hits. Attacking Zeldrin with a 20 to hit for 5 piercing with his teeth. But that's the only attack he's able to land. I have 3 attacks. These things are heavily aggressive. It's just the case that you are well armored. Arium.
I will. Well, little orb is toast, so I don't have to worry about that. And there's no one close enough for my magics to hit, so I will try to get this one off of my friend.
Yeah, sorry, that's gonna hit. Ouch. Let me roll that d20. See what happens to him. Ah, sweet. His arm gets cut off.
I'll have to pull that off the tines later.
While speared, this arm is still like struggling and like clawing towards you.
Excellent. I will stab him again and try to hit him with his own clawed arm
That will hit.
for 10.
All right. All right. You pierce through its thigh and rip one of its legs free. The leg is just kind of kicking on the ground, but it can't do anything. Doesn't do any damage. Okay. This is a really dumb and fun mechanic, actually. Like, it doesn't technically do anything unless you like threw one of its body parts far away. But it's just a fun way to like say like you're ripping zombies apart, but they'll still be able to hurt you as long as they're still within grabbing and biting range. You can use this method to theoretically take both legs off and then the thing can't move. So you got that. Okay. Anything else for your turn?
No, that's it.
Okay. Zombie on the left gets to attack Zazarak with a natural 20 for its teeth, and that's the only one that hits for a total of 3 points of piercing damage.
Okie dokie.
Sad. Zeldrin.
All right. Bonus action. I will give a little more healing to Zaz.
Those are good con saves, Adam. Jesus fucking Christ.
Button for this or something.
Ooh, nice. Thank you, brother.
And then with my action, I will swing my warhammer at the zom next to me.
Okay. That's gonna hit. Okay. One of its legs is taken off at the knee and it falls.
Mm-hmm. All right, and that is it.
Okay. Zazarak.
All right, let's try and carve this guy up in front of me.
Okay. It's gonna hit. Both of those hit. Ooh.
And with the other blade. All right.
Uh-huh. Oh my god. How do you do this in one move? Like in one turn?
It's like a Benihana chef. I'm just carving pieces off and they're just getting smaller and smaller until no more.
Oh
at
my
one
god.
at one point I've decapitated him, and I tip his head up into the air hard enough that it is rising and falling back down as I destroy the rest of the body, and then jab the back end of the double-bladed scimitar through the skull as it's falling to the ground.
Awesome. I had to refrain from saying hot. That's good shit. The rest of the zombies are scrambling like at the walls and over the rubble they've come from. They're not like digging in, but they're trying to like go up and over this remaining like 20-foot wall. Except for this one still on Zeldrin. It's actually going to like slough off of his shield and try to drop its body onto Arium. Let's see. AC is 18. So only one of those claw attacks hit for 2 points of slashing damage. And then it is your turn.
I don't. Okay, my token is not updating, but I'm not going to worry about it because the number's updated.
I see it updating, I think.
Yeah,
I see
I
it at
just probably
47.
just need to refresh my page, but it's not worth it. Not when there is a friend to stab.
That's gonna hit. You pierce into its upper torso and neck and hold it to the ground, skewered until it stops writhing. That one's dead. Anything else for your turn?
How do we want to do this? Let them flee? Hunt them down one by one? What's the plan?
Well, the effect will wear off pretty quick. Is there any reason we need to stay here?
Search
Did you
through the
grab
rubble
there
if
were
we want.
chests here?
Otherwise,
Max, did you say that there were like chests here?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's see what we can salvage, and if it wears off, we'll just keep fighting, I guess.
you wouldn't
Okay.
rather just fight one at a time while they're all
I guess that's not a bad idea.
right. Then I will start at the beginning and move over here and take my extra attack. Aha! Oh, yes.
That's gonna hit.
Yeah.
Their AC is like an 8. This one is swung on the aft end of your trident, and its head cracks into the stone of the wall, and it stops moving. Okay. My zombies can't do anything until they've been hit. So Zeldrin.
What CR are these things?
Do you have Destroy Undead?
Starting at 5th level, undead of CR 1/2 or lower.
All right, unaffected then.
Okay. Just with how easily that one was just killed.
That was actually the one that
Was already hurt.
Arium had ripped apart in round 1.
Gotcha.
That was the one carrying its skull in one of its arms.
Yeah, football carrying.
Mhm. Well, I will cast a Sacred Flame at this one.
Okay. That's a crazy good amount of damage. That doesn't save, but he is. Let's see, minus 13. Okay. This one, because it's magic, it doesn't do one of the goofy. What's it called?
Dismemberments.
Dismemberments. Yeah. It just shrieks and burns.
Bonus
yeah.
action. I will give some healing to myself this time.
Okay. Then it is Zaz's turn.
All right, I'll run over to the one my brother just lit up and start swinging.
That's gonna hit. Ow.
And there's the second one.
Okay, that one is slashed through its back twice horizontally and killed.
I'll just take a step over and let the momentum of the swinging blade carry the backside of that blade into this individual.
Okay.
Ooh, it's not so great.
Okay. Oh, what does the nat 20 do? Oh, you cut the head off of that one too. Uh, but it does turn around and uh, it does turn around, holding its head by its hair, try, trying to bite and claw. 19 to hit with its free hand for 3 points of slashing damage.
All right.
You know what's cool about having a cool party is after a round or two, I have your ACs in my brain, so I can
Nice.
just call those hits. Zeldrin, you have 1 minute for your effect, right?
Yeah.
Are you tracking those rounds?
I have not been.
Okay.
I've healed. I've
Healed-
healed Zaz twice and me once, so that's 3 rounds.
For that spell. Sorry, I meant to say your turn.
Yeah, turn undead. I cast the aura of vitality the following round.
Okay, just
So
making sure.
yeah, so like, it has been 3 rounds.
Okay. Yes, it has been 3. Okay.
It has been 3 rounds since I turned undead.
Yes, I'm with you. Okay. What is happening? Oh, Arium, you're up.
Seeing that one get smacked and turned and not unturned. You know what I mean.
Mhm.
I will race over, dart around Zazarak, and haha.
Okay. Okay. That one's still up.
Or is it?
It might not be.
God, I cannot click on my freaking damage button. Haha.
All right. After its leg's been taken out, you club downwards with its booted foot into its headless torso, and that one also falls. Right. Zeldrin.
All right, I will give myself another little bit of healing. And then I will Sacred Flame the next one in line.
Okay.
Oof.
He rolled a 0. Okay. Okay. Zaz.
All right. Same as last turn. Rushing over to the one my brother lit up. And ooh,
That's gonna hit.
oh my goodness.
Both of those hit. Okay. All right. Zeldrin focuses a beam of starlight to burn this flesh, and as it's still screaming from light, you zip over with 2 deft swings and twirl the blade, and it cuts through this body, and it drops dead. Still smoking. Think you still have a bonus action.
Yeah, I'm going to move over here and at this individual. Ouch.
It's funny because that would have hit, but it's a critical miss.
Right.
So. All right, that one hasn't taken damage, so it can't attack yet. It's been attacked, but not. All right, Arium.
My turn to get into the fight. Although, I think I'm breaking this one, but we'll see.
Hit.
I am hitting. Okay. For 9.
Mhm.
And
Ouch.
9 more.
Okay. In just one broad movement, its left arm and leg come off, and just half of its torso is ripped through. And that one's turn. It is. Hey, it's his turn. He can turn back and, in his 2 pieces, oh God, man. None of those attacks are able to break through your armor. Zeldrin.
All right.
Oh, they've had advantage against your saves. It's okay. Their dex has been shit. There's almost no way that they've saved in the past couple of dex saves.
I will.
No, they didn't.
I will Sacred Flame the one and send some healing Zazarak's way.
Ah, he saved.
Incredible.
You have
So
a minus
6
2.
6 healing for Zaz, and I will stay right here, not getting hit.
Okay. To be fair, hardly anyone else is getting hit either.
Yeah.
Uh,
We'll end this with full health. It'll be great.
Zazarak, it's your
All right. Got my friend right here.
okay. Oh my god. That left him with 1 hit point.
All right. Well, that'll do it then.
Yeah.
And I'll swing around here for the back end of this thing.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? Just because I mean, I probably should have been counting rounds, but I haven't. I am going to use a 2nd level spell slot to Divine Smite this as well.
I've been wondering when that's been gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's happening. Okay, this one is almost. I'm imagining as you've like spun around Arium, you've done the like back to back spin a little
Yep.
bit, and the blade is still twirling between your hands
Mhm.
as the light that is emanating from your brother begins to like amplify through these reflective silver steel blades, and then burn, sear, and cut through this body, almost eviscerating it immediately. Um, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. It looks just like the Sacred Flame that I and my brother casts it more frequently than I do, but it looks just like that. But it looks like it is emanating from the blade and streaking with it where I swing it.
Excellent. Cool. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's it for your turn.
Mhm.
Any other movement? Oh wait, I guess he's still alive.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Okay. Arium.
Still alive, is he? That's a problem. Can't have that.
You should get him. Yeah, I wasn't worried. All right. That one's out. Oh, only a couple more rounds of turn left.
A few. We're halfway through it.
Yeah, and you're only like halfway through the zombies. All right, 10 will hit.
for 13 damage.
All right. Ooh, it's his turn. As you strike, as you strike his head into the stone wall, you sort of snap him out of his daze, and he slowly turns his head towards you, like in the kind of like "fucking excuse me" before launching himself at you. 22. Oh, 23. And then a 9. That 23 is a nat 20, so I've got 2 points of piercing with his bite attack, and then 10 points of slashing damage with his claws.
Ew.
That was my first decent nat 20 damage that I had all night. I kept rolling ones on that damage. And it is Eldrin's turn.
All right. I'll throw a little vitality to Arium. And then I will Sacred Flame the
Appreciate
one that
it.
he is fighting.
He failed.
Right.
Sazerac.
All right, I will come running over this way, and as I hit about here, I will step on Arium's knee and launch myself up into the air and come down swinging on this dude.
All right. Okay. Your cleave from overhead and down bisects this body, and both halves drop, writhing on the ground and dead.
Fantastic. I'll roll over here and
That's a hit.
you know what? This time I'll use a first level spell slot. Oh, that hurts.
Ooh.
And I will let the momentum carry through to the back end.
That'll hit. Okay. My brain stopped working. I can't do this math. It's okay.
That's
okay.
28 total on that dude.
Oh, thank you. Well, that
Mhm.
leaves him with 2.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, it's 30.
Okay. Arium.
I will once again play cleanup.
Okay. And he's dead.
Yeah. Oh gosh, do I even want to hit this guy? If I just leave him turned? I got crit last time. That didn't feel good.
Look,
This time.
you've got me healing up everything.
I will not be the crit. Damn.
Okay.
13.
Okay. Okay. This one is once again roused from its stupor. Not a single attack, though, is able to. I got a nat 1 on one of those, so they come and go, Ted. Zeldrin.
All right. 10 to Arium. And a 8 potentially to Cezanne.
I rolled a nat 20. He saved.
Good for you.
Hey. Not about the net 20, about the healing. Sorry.
All right, that's it.
Zaz?
All right. Zaz is definitely starting to feel himself and fall into a rhythm, so he is got his back pressed against Arium and is spinning around him, and probably because it's completely unnecessary, he easily could have just done that, but no, he's spinning around, and I'm guessing he probably does like a 720, like he does 2 full revolutions.
That's gonna hit.
Alrighty.
That 9 will also hit.
Okay. And I'll
That's a dead zombie.
all right, fantastic. See, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, I'm just gonna end up over here. Sad.
It was the spin.
Yep.
The
It was absolutely the
spin
spin.
took
The
your
dumbest fucking spin. Doesn't regret it at all though.
All right. This once again leaves Arium to hit to throw the first blow. I guess you could hurl the trident from where you are and leave Sazerac at to try.
That'd be awesome.
And then do what after with my no other weapon?
Get it back after Sazerac has to kill him by himself. Okay.
Hey, you, wake up. It's time for you to go back to... Oh, dear.
Oh no. Here he comes.
Hey, let go. Get... No, it's stuck in your... just let me put my foot on your rib cage.
His mouth is open. The middle tine of the trident is speared through the back of his throat, and he is stuck on the end of your trident. He cannot get you with any of his attacks, and now you guys are dancing. Zeldrin.
All right. 6 to Zaz.
Thank
and
you.
Sacred Flame.
Okay. That is a pretty bad hit against the zombie, who is still trying to fight his way down the trident towards Arium. And Zazarak?
All right. Spinning. You spin me right round, baby. Right round like a record player.
That will relieve Arium of his stuck situation.
I'm spinning again.
Oof.
And I'm gonna add a first level Divine Smite to that one too. Why not? Let's get this over with.
Ow! All right. This guy's still barely there.
Well, and I got the back end of this scimitar.
Oh, it's a hit. Oh, that'll do it. How do you want that one to look?
This one does not look nearly as graceful as the others, in part because as I make the killing blow, I stumble a little bit and I spin, but not in any sort of graceful way, like one more time, and then sort of double over and put my hands on my knees and I throw up. That was fun. As I wipe my mouth, we should do that again sometime.
And with only about 12 seconds to spare on the turn undead, combat ends.
I will go ahead, and I think that leaves me with 2 more uses of my Aura of Vitality. I'll just throw one at Zaz and one at me.
Thank you. I will go look at one of these chests and see if anything looks trapped.
Okay, why don't you roll me an investigation check?
Mm-hmm.
You see locks on the chests, but you do not see any mechanical traps.
All right, I will pull out a pair of thieves' tools and are there 3 chests?
Yes.
I would like to start with the one all the way on the right.
Okay. Well, that will open. And inside, you find some parcels of moth-eaten clothing, a small bird cage, and a sack with some uncut gems in it.
Awesome. I will now try the one in the center.
All right. Easily done. This one has some rusted tools and weapons in it. That's pretty much all garbage.
All right. So, Ariam, do you want to try any of your skills out on this last one?
Sure, sure.
And I'll hold the thieves' tools out.
I'm a bit rusty.
That one does not open.
I see what you did there. Well, if you don't mind, let me give it a shot. I think I see. I mean, I would have tried it the same way, but now that it didn't work, I think I might have another avenue of attack.
Yeah. If not, we can always speak to. Nope, never mind. I was going to say speak to Crowy, but
Hmm.
Okay, this last box has a bunch of taxidermied insects, all on little placards or inside glass placards, like frames.
Mhm.
Um, uh, there are most of them are like moths that have they're the very specific kind of moth that looks like it has like a skull when its wings are extended, just in the shaping of it. There's also a letter with a broken seal.
Well, let's see what this says. I will take a look at that letter.
Yeah, sure. It looks like there's no like anything remark. The seal itself is just a wax seal. It's not a stamp. Um, and the letter is to a son, to a son who
Mhm.
is, and the letter is from a father, indicating um uh like pride in the son's attempts to go out into the world, and they hope that they get reunited soon. Signed from like the father of someone with a name that like not a name that isn't ringing any bells. Like you don't recognize the names,
Gotcha.
but yeah.
Hmm. Well, I will load up as many of those taxidermied insects in the cases.
Mhm.
I'll load as many of those cases up into the bird cage as I can.
Weird. We'll see. You can fit 4 in there.
Okay.
It's not a
Uh,
particularly large bird cage.
yep, no problem. And then I'll grab the sack of uncut gems and say in the one hand with the bird cage, this isn't worth anything, but I think perhaps I've already spent too much time with Blanksy and decided that I should probably hold on to this. But this, on the other hand, this has got to be worth something.
It is at this time that you realize you do not know where the road is.
Well, we live here now, gentlemen.
We'll pick up there next week.